Hey guys, happy Monday. I hope for everyone. Beginning of a new week here. And I'm a little behind. As always, I try so hard to um be on time, have my crap together, and something always throws me off. Although this time I did get distracted watching a different trial with Baker. Um James and Terry, it's so good to see you. I've been thinking about you, Terry. I hope you're doing okay, sweetie. I'm so glad to see you here. Today we are getting back into Karen Reed Trial 2, starting with her cross-examination with Spanky. I want cheese. I always want cheese. Cheese is my favorite thing to eat, I'll tell you. It's one of the things I always buy, even when I'm broke and can only buy a few groceries. That's why I live on mac and cheese. It's always been a favorite snack of mine. My favorite, Scarlet with one T. Yes. Ugh. I miss you seeing you talk about your Scarlet with two T's and joking. What did I do wrong this time? um But yeah, my absolute favorite cheese, I'll be honest, is sharp white cheddar. My favorite. Like I said, I am behind. I'm trying to get this pulled up for us today. Hold on 1 second, please. There we go. Mistress Scarlet, our cult leader. That's right. Yes, I am your new cult leader. Or, well, Joy, really, but we named it what would oh, shoot. I was going to write it down and I didn't. Scarlet's Ditzy Girls something. I don't know. It was hysterical, though. I'm sorry. What was that about Scarlet? Oh, no. I just said I miss seeing your comments in Discord about your Scarlet with two T's and joking around saying, what did I do now? Shelly! Thanks for being here, you guys. Here we go. Sorry, getting my screen together. And I am going to start us off as usual at 1.25 speed. If it's too fast, please let me know. Oh, I have Mel talking over you. Oh, Melanie's live? Gotcha. I woke up. When Baker's streaming a trial, when I wake up, I normally wake up 8:30, 9 o'clock. Because as you guys know, I only can sleep for a couple hours at a time. So I'm normally up. If I'm not working, I'm normally up until 5:30, 6 o'clock. If I'm working, I get off work at 5:30 normally in the morning. So by the time I, settle in and fall asleep, it's past 6, 6:30, and I'm lucky if I get 2 hours sleep. So I'll go and watch Baker, and then what I'll do is end up falling asleep for another hour or so watching Baker. And so that's what I did today. And I woke up to this witness on the stand who didn't, I mean, thought he spoke English. None of us could understand a fucking word he was saying. So we were just having fun in his chat. Zach and I were speaking nonsense back and forth to each other. It was hysterical. Sarah, hey sweetie. As long as as long as she tells Brennan he's a dick, I'm good. Oh, she basically tells Brennan you're a dick throughout her entire testimony. She walks the she mops the floor with him. Everything that he tries to throw at her, she gives it right back. This is my favorite testimony of trial two. I mean, she just handles him with perfection, in my opinion. You guys are watching Melanie. What's Melanie going over today? I didn't even get to see. Sarah, you following me? I love your guys' emojis now. You woke up at 5 a.m., James? Ugh. See, this is what I'm saying. What time do you guys normally go to bed at night? I like when you work midnights and then the nights you don't work, like me, you try to stay up as much as possible so you don't throw I mean, I don't have a great sleep schedule as it is. So what little sleep schedule I technically have, I try to keep it normal, even on my nights off. So is that speaking nonsense? Never. No, it's funny because this witness literally, like, you couldn't understand a fucking word he was saying. So, Zach was literally like just making like no words that obviously weren't words, and so I just started spewing them back at him, putting in a bunch of things that weren't words, and it went back and forth for a little while. And then we had Moni G all confused. She's like, "What the fuck are you two saying? What?" Uh, Terry passed out around 8 last night, woke up at 4. Let's see, that's 8 hours of sleep. That's not too bad. I don't know. I can't even remember the last time I got 8 hours of straight sleep. It's been like 15 years since I could sleep that. Like even 6 hours, I think. I don't even know what a regular night's sleep is anymore. You were laughing your ass off last night? Oh, with Aiden, Turtle Boy? That was last night, right? And then Baker went live. It was a great night. Great night of streaming last night. She's your hero. She is. She's amazing. Dr. Laposata, she did. I mean, I can't even explain it. Like, just the ways she handled Brennan was masterful. And she can't, she, what, oh, no, I was gonna say, him treating the women, especially Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposata the way he did was bad enough. But then knowing that he has used Dr. Laposata as a witness before, an expert witness, and to do the shit that he did, like I've said, every day that we have to listen to Spanky's voice and listen to him treat the witnesses with his condescending, snooty, nasally voice and demeanor. He's the lowest of the low, a piece of scum, piece of shit. Can't stand them. Oh, Melanie's going over Faust. That trial was insane. I do not know how he was found guilty. Lunch with Laposata. Yep. Unfortunately includes Spanky today. Zach is always speaking nonsense. Bed at 9, wake up at 5:30. So again, that's 7.5 hours sleep. That's not bad. I wish I could sleep. I wish I could sleep even 4 or 5 hours straight. Let's just put it that way. James says, I don't sleep much because I'm retired and old. It's weird. No, it's okay. My grandma, she always, because she was always an early riser. She would like always go to bed at 10 o'clock because her and my mom used to talk every night. And then when my grandma retired, I mean, she would go to bed at 10 o'clock and wake up at like 5:30. And then when my grandma retired, she would still wake up early, like 6:30. But it seemed like the um the older she got after she retired, the earlier she went to bed, but still woke up early. So I don't know. I'm listening and painting closet doors. That sounds like fun. Not. Yeah, well, I never slept from Friday night until Sunday night. Holy shit. That's bad. Do you know 48 hours? So let me do the math. Cuz you are technically hit legally impaired after 17 hours of no sleep. So let me do the math. Okay, so if you go 24 hours without sleep is gets you up to 0.10 blood alcohol level. So I can only assume that at some point it would double. So it literally would be like being 2 times the legal limit. That's insane. Hey, crazy Sammy. Yeah, Aiden and Baker were great last night. She definitely dog walks him, and I love it, said Shelly. Yes. Hope you are not doing booger sugar. Oh my God. Nope, don't do drugs. Yeah, we're just joking. Hey, Nefarious! You can call me hun if you want, but I'm male. Hey, there's nothing wrong with guys calling other guys hun. Nothing wrong with it. It's called insomnia from hell, Scarlett. Gotcha. Well, like I said, I've had insomnia. Well, I don't know. Is it worse to have this like insomnia as bad as I do for 15 years versus going 48 hours straight with no sleep? I don't think I've done that, but I definitely go 24 hours without more than 2.5 hours sleep pretty much every day, almost every day. I get micro sleeps in, I get 20-minute naps in. It's the REM sleep. When you miss your deep sleep, if you don't sleep long enough, that's what impairs you. Yeah, we're sorry. Everyone says sorry, Terry. Oh, we're all praying for you, Terry. Hopefully you can get some more good sleep tonight. Try doing it for almost 50 years. Holy shit. Yeah, I hope that this kind of insomnia doesn't last me another 35 years. But who's to say? I hope that once I get back off midnight, things will help a little bit. I mean, my insomnia started way back when I didn't work midnight, so I don't know. I hope that one day my body will figure it out. I guess that's all I can say. I sleep, don't get me wrong. No, I got you. Well, everyone has to sleep cuz even if even let's say you went several days without sleeping, and I mean more than 2 days, your body has to sleep. Your brain has to rest. It has no choice. So that's why I say you'll get micro sleeps. You can Micro sleeps are like a minute or two. It will just happen. Terry, it's because it's mostly chicks in here. Yeah. But when I do, it's forever. Yeah. Oh, long time. Finally slept after being up for 24 hours. Sarah, you guys. Ugh. I guess I shouldn't feel so bad then that I don't get 24 hours most of the time. I normally get a 2 hour sleep in. If I'm lucky, I get up to 4 hours of sleep total for the day. It just sucks. Everyone thinks I'm female. We did think you were female. I did anyway. But thankfully, we put it right in my chat because I thought you were male. And then someone told me you were female. So then I was like, oh, okay, it's a female. Because honestly, for me, the only Terry, or actually two Terrys I've ever known, were both males. So because of the Terrys that I have known, I just automatically associated the name with a male. Even though I know it can be both. Just like the only Shannons, I take that back. I did know a male Shannon in high school, but my best friend was also named Shannon, and she was a female. Hi, Kristen. You guys are killing me with these little emojis. They're so cute. Yes, Cat Randall is a dude. I didn't know that. We all thought that Cat Randall was a female until he let us know. I have a cousin named Terrence. He's a male. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. I woke up at 11:30 Friday night, and my wife said, "Well, you needed the sleep." It's so true. Your body knows when it absolutely needs to sleep. It just doesn't always know to stay asleep. With one N? No. The boy Shannon I knew in high school was two N's. I've never seen Shannon spelt with one N before until, male Shannon, man Shannon we had in this trial. Well, James, most Terrys that are Terrence are males, and I'm not a Terrence. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a female named Terrence. I've seen Torrance, not Terrence. Is Terrence an insult like Randall? You guys are killing me already today. You guys are hilarious. And there's is there one with two N's? No, as long as you don't call me that, Shelly. Thought you meant Randall. I'm playing that's not my name. Look at these cute little emojis. I want in on the emoji thing. Oh, I finally put my post up. I want to get in on the emoji game. Hold on. Where's the one that I like? Hold on. I'm trying to pull up the chat on my phone. I still can't, with my stupid eyes, I still can't see what half these things are. Oh, look at the little hourglass. She's cute. That's the one. Where's the googly eyes? There he is. I love that one. I found him. Terry Terry says, my name is Terry Allen Elvin because my mom messed up naming me. That's like having three first names. Ooh, this is your favorite. These are your favorites. The chewing of the nails. I like that one. The googly eyes. The peeker. I call him the peeker. And oh no, that's what I call him. Look at, I hate when they come up like this. Why? Why do some of them come up no problem and then others I get this fish orange wide eyes? The fuck? Gotta remember this was back in the 60s. Right? I don't know. I mean, I seriously would like to know why StreamYard has no problem doing this many emojis in a row of different ones, but then you put one and I get this. What the hell? It makes no sense. I mean, look at I was playing around with the hourglass one. This is what I see on StreamYard. So dumb. KDK was hilarious last night. What in Aiden's chat or in Rat House? Because I fell asleep during both. I went to Rat House. I said hi, was listening, fell asleep. Woke up to Aiden, was chatting a bit, fell asleep. Woke up, Aiden was still on. I chatted a little bit more. And then I ended up on the phone and then watched Baker. I knew a kid named Sunshine in kindergarten. His parents were 60s hippies. That's right. You told me that, James. I forgot. How do you name a boy Sunshine? Like, how much weed did they smoke? Did they smoke so much weed that they thought their son was a daughter when they gave him that name? Poor kid. I could barely read TB's chat. Yeah, I don't normally chat in Aiden's chat because it goes by too fast and it literally makes me nauseous. So I just don't chat. I just listen. Oh, in Rat House, we were doing our emojis like crazy. Oh, gotcha. I missed it, damn it. I fell asleep, so I didn't get to play around with the emojis with you guys. Damn it. Next time Danny goes live, I need to make sure I don't fall asleep. I ghosted Rat House, but said fuck it and went to bed when Aiden started. That's okay. I mean, Aiden's chat, or Aiden's show last night wasn't anything, unless you watched the chat, because I did see some of the drama that was going in the chat. It was kind of hard to miss, even when I don't participate. But he was just, I mean, he didn't talk about anything major last night. I went to a school with a girl named Summer or Sunner. Summer. I think you meant Summer. Dawn Day. Oh my God. Summer Dawn Day. Summer Dawn Day. That's a mouthful. I didn't even know what weed was at that age. And then Dean harassed me this morning, so I came back. Aw. I usually say hi to Joy and a couple others and then just watch on the TV. Yeah, that's what I do. Nefarious. I say hi to everyone and I just because it just it physically makes me nauseous. I'm not like just saying that because it just physically makes me nauseous to see the thing go that fast and then try to read and then especially because I'm really bad at, like, I'll catch a comment that I don't understand, like what they were saying because they're responding to someone else's comment. So then I'll be scrolling up trying to find who they're talking about or what they were talking about. And then I ugh, that only makes it worse. James, you know who Skip is, don't you? I thought James knew who Skip was. Skip, yeah, he's doing an isolation if for some reason you don't know who Skip is. He is doing 1 year. He's doing 1 year um basically locked in a room. He's streaming it 24/7 to reboot his like health. So he shows his cooking, what he eats, and then he has an exercise regimen that other people can watch and go along with. It's really kind of interesting. Psychologically speaking, I don't think, just is just my opinion, I don't think not going outside is particularly all that healthy. But that being said, what he is doing is kind of amazing because he's kind of trying to, what he's trying to do really is reset his mind and body. And I commend that. It's just the lack of sunshine and going out and about that would be concerning to me. But you know what? There are agoraphobics. If you don't know what agoraphobic means, it's people who literally fear the outside, leaving or going out in big spaces. So it's not like it's gonna truly um it wouldn't be like you know what I'm saying. It's not that horrible. I just um without going into too much depth of it, avoiding the outside and fresh air and sunshine can really play on the mind psychologically. However, he's doing a lot of great things with what he's doing. Yes, so Nefarious said, a man named Skip is on a locked in journey, losing weight and bettering himself, learning different things. Exactly. We do love Skip. Can we raid Skip after the show is over, Scarlett? We can definitely do that. The problem is I can't send you there. I can't redirect people automatically yet until I get 500 subs. But yes, I will today. Do not let me forget to send you off. You just have to go there yourselves, but to mention it and send you off to Skip, and I will join you guys. Can we share a link in here? Of course we can. Let me grab it. Maylin is still streaming, I believe. That's why I don't have her in the chat right now doing all my um the lovely mod things that she does. But I'm gonna grab his link right now. Bear with me. There you go. Click that link and go give Skip a like and a sub. He has to do it. He's had to do it. He's had to do it, Scarlett. Yeah, no, I understand. Oh, his mom had a stroke. See, now I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah, we're talking about Skip, Sarah. He has a special light plus a big window for sun and air. I know he has the window. Um, I didn't know about the light. I don't get to see him. I don't get to go in there much. I was in there the other day. No one I was chatting with one of his mods. I can't remember, but he was cooking his tomatoes and garlic and all that. It looked really good. And we were talking about Long Island Audit, Sean Paul Reyes. If you guys know who he is. Shelly says, I was an agoraphobic when I was pregnant with my second. It was awful. Yeah. Agoraphobics are it's a really hard disease to deal with. Disorder, whatever you want to call it. It wreaked havoc on the mind and body. We can go on our own. Great. I can't wait till I can redirect, honestly. I'm excited to be able to do that. People, I had the other Mary B and TBJ, the virtual juror, redirected to me the other day. I was so excited. I have you both on my TVs. That's awesome. Remember that guy that made a documentary about him eating nothing but McDonald's for months? Yes. That was, what was that called? Um, what was that? Oh shit. I remember I've seen it. I think I've seen it twice actually. Oh my god, I just had the name of it and I fucking can't remember. But oh my god, what it did to him. Ugh. Couldn't imagine just only eating that kind of food. I don't even eat that food. I haven't had McDonald's in years. He's bad. Aw, thanks, James. James just subbed, said I'll check it out later. You do Nefarious Knows Long Island Audit. I like him a lot. Like Skip was talking about him, um, that he doesn't always agree with Sean Paul Reyes's tactics, how bold he can get sometimes, um, and I kind of agree with that. But Sean Paul, and I told Skip this. Skip didn't know that Sean Paul Reyes was on Aiden's channel before. He's a lot like Aiden. He goes around and um forces public servants to have accountability um and transparency. That's what he's about. He's had a gun pulled on him. I'll never, if you guys follow him, did you guys see that Florida cop? I think it was Florida. Um, that he's now going to court with, who pulled a gun on him. And the 911 call by his wife, when you listen to that, oh my God. Akasha, hi, sweetie. Hey, peeps, had to take a break from Tanner. What's Tanner? You were in there, needed a break too. Wait, who's Tanner? Fast Food Nation, was that it? Oh, Super Size Me. That's the one. Yes. They discontinued the McJabril sandwich. McDonald's does suck. It's such bad food for you. Ugh. I mean, it's okay to have it every now and then if you like it, but it's just too greasy for me and too processed. Ugh. I'm picturing the cover with his mouth full of fries. Yes, that's the one. Whack Arnold's. Ow. My knuckle just cracked. Ow, that hurt. Kazi playing? McDonald's is gross. Yeah, I agree. Terry agrees. Is Kazi at Miss Scarlett's? What? I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh my God, it was Skip on my other tab. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, Athena. Oh my God. Yeah, with Mo. You guys, what, were in it with Mo? Because I that's why I'm not in there. I love Mo in the mornings, especially when Baker's not on. 'Cause she's so funny. Um, but I can't watch that one. I can't do the kids. Like, mentally, I just can't. I know what I can and cannot handle, and that is one I just had to stay away from. The first day that she, was streaming it, I was in the chat and told her that I'm sorry, but I can't participate in this one. Because she was talking about, how the you guys issue does the breaks, the furry breaks, the kitty cats, and, um but even with that, I know I wouldn't be able to take it. Oh, oh, wait, Tanner Horner. Is that the person accused? The FedEx guy that kidnapped and killed the okay, gotcha. He pled guilty, but we are on the death penalty phase. Ah, I got you. I had an egg McMuffin there about 6 months ago. Yeah, see, ugh. No, thank you. We stopped at one in Kansas back in October. That shit sucked. It's so greasy. It's just, I don't know. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was little and I loved getting Happy Meals, and when I was pregnant, I craved McDonald's French fries. But seriously, like I just don't eat fast food at all. I mean, not only can I not afford it, I literally have no desire to eat it. Yes, we're watching Mo, but the trial is so hard. Yeah, exactly. Akasha's watching Grizzly. Yeah, I just can't do that one. I can't do the kids, the little kids. I just can't. But when you're stuck on the toll roads, you take what you can get. Exactly. Unfortunately, that's what you have to do. And it's not like they offer a whole lot. 10 years ago, it was good. Yeah. We make fries at home and peanut oil. Now, I make fries at home and I use vegetable or canola oil. Just because that's the way it to me tastes the best. I've never tried peanut oil though, so I might have to do that. I use a lot of extra virgin olive oil. One of the cheapest, because you guys all know that I watch my pennies, every penny I spend, that one of the cheapest meals I make is a pasta dish that is linguine, and then you in a pan, you you put olive oil, and you saute some garlic in the olive oil till it's nice and lightly brown. Lots of cracked pepper, salt, lemon, and then you stir in all the pasta into the pan, and then chopped up parsley. It's delicious. And then if you want, add some, Parmesan cheese, fresh or grated or whatever. It's delicious. My son actually found the recipe for it years ago, and I love it. It's for kids and drunk people. Yeah, drunk people, greasy heavy food is always good for drunk people. That's why a lot of bars, at least in Michigan, I don't know if bars in other states do, but, like, a lot of bars in Michigan, at least when I used to go to the bar or even work at the bar, would serve pizza. Like, that's the one thing they do is get slices of pizza. If they had a kitchen ready at, like, 1:30ish, they'd put a bunch of pizzas and sell them by the slice at 145 between last call and closing so that people could soak up all the alcohol in their bellies. During Hurricane Sandy, we had no power for 1 week. Oh my god, we had to eat BK a few days, Burger King, in a row. Cured me of wanting fast food. That'll do it. Don't eat fries very often. Now, I don't eat fries very often, but I do eat a lot of potatoes. I love all kinds of potatoes. I like fried potatoes, french fries, baked potatoes, mashed potatoes, all of the above. Peanut oil is what Five Guys fries potatoes are in if you like them. I've only had them once. Five Guys is really expensive. So, a friend of mine took me there years ago. I think I like them. James, my husband wants fries almost every day. I guess I should because I have about 14 pounds of potatoes here. Yeah, see, that's another cheap thing. That's why I buy a bag of red. I like red potatoes. Nothing better. I don't know if you guys, I know this is sometimes people think I'm weird, but there are two things that I actually like burnt, like the flavor of char, and that's my hot dogs and red potatoes. When I used to have a grill, I'd just throw some hot dogs and red potatoes, small ones, on the grill and just let them till they charred. So good. I don't know why the char um, flavor just tastes excellent on those two things for me. Ooh, nachos are good too. I microwave my baked potatoes most of the time because it's easier. Now, if I'm making a big like dinner, when I eat like especially like when my son used to live with me and I'd make a bigger dinner or my mom would make dinner, we always roll them in butter and put sea salt on the outside, roll them in tin foil and put them in the oven. It just takes so long to bake them that way, but they're really good that way. Mashed potatoes or baked potatoes. Yummy. You did that for several months. So, oh, what? Baked potatoes in the microwave? Can't eat them now? Aw. I don't know what I'd do if I wasn't able to eat potatoes because that see I know it's a lot of carbs, but that's why I live on pasta and potatoes, eggs, cheese for my protein, peanut butter. Because I talked about this, I think it was yesterday. We talked about how expensive groceries are. And I can't even afford, I haven't, it's been so long since I've had a homemade hamburger. Like every time I was like, I just want a homemade hamburger. I'm going to buy some ground beef. And it's like when I have to pick and choose what I buy for my groceries, spending $9 on a pound of beef is not like, it's just not in the cards for me. They are so good, aren't they, Akasha? I love them. After having nothing but that, you get tired of it. That's true. I mean, trust me, I'm kind of, as much as I love my homemade macaroni and cheese, I'm getting kind of sick of it because I've been making so much of it the last couple months ever since Oh, my daily fuck you, Boost Mobile. Ever since, they took my money and I have to even even be more frugal, let's say, than I have been. It's just the way it is. Buying a big box of elbow macaroni, a brick of cheese, milk, and butter. It's the cheapest way for me to get the most for my money. We got rid of our microwave a while back. I do not miss it. I have to be honest, I don't know what I'd do without my microwave because sometimes I just don't have time and it's just me. So I do things simpler in the microwave. However, that being said, I could probably get away with it. It's just when I have to, especially like um when I make my big thing of mac and cheese, it lasts me for reheat several days. So just throwing it in the microwave to reheat it is what I would do. Jeannie Lynn, sweetie, says, "Hi, Terry. Oh my gosh, so happy to see you, brother. I'm so happy to see all of you. I love you guys." James says, $5 a pound around here. I wish. So when I used to buy hamburger meat, it used to be, I used to get ground sirloin, which is what I prefer to buy, for like maybe between $4 and $4.50 for a pound. Now you're lucky if you can find it for under $9. I know, Terry, but we all care about you and worry and love you. So we're so glad you're here. Jeannie Lynn says, "Yeah, I get it. Sometimes I feel like a rat on a wheel. We had 3 vehicles all break down in less than 2 weeks. Oh my God. And we had doctor's appointments for father in law and meetings, and it all hit at once." Yep, I get it. Then my father in law talks smart ass to me, and I wanted to just cry. Bad week. When it rains, it pours. Exactly, Jeannie. It sucks. I get it. I get it more than you know. Because, and I'm going to be honest with you guys about one thing. As much as I share with you, there is still things I do not share publicly. There's one big thing that I am dealing with right now that I haven't shared with you guys. I've shared with like 2 people. And it's probably one of the most difficult things that I deal with on a daily basis. And that's why when I tell you guys that you guys have changed my life, hanging out with me, giving me a reason to, you know, be excited to get up in the morning and hang out with you guys here. I'm not joking. It's the absolute truth. I'm not trying to just butter you up or anything like that. It is this community has healed me in a way that I didn't know I could be dealing with some of the things that I do deal with. So I get you guys. And my heart is with all of you. Yes. Gina Lynn says, "Yes, we do, Terry. If you ever need to talk, my door is always open. And so is Scarlett's. Always. To each and every one of you." James says, "That surprises me because Michigan is closer to the beef farms." Oh, everything here is ridiculous. I don't know why hamburger is so fucking expensive. Right, Scarlett? It's hard and some things are private. Yeah, some things you just are either too painful to share publicly. You guys know I cry. I'm a crier. And certain things I don't mind talking about, trying not to cry. Um, but there are other things that are not only just too hard to talk about, are just private. Exactly. Hi, 420. Thanks for being here. Scarlett, you can always call me, you know that. Don't start. I'm gonna cry again. I'm trying. I'm not trying. I'm doing so good. I've been so good about my crying lately, haven't I? But I mean it. You guys have helped me do that. I am 100% sincere when I tell you this community has made such a difference in my life. Aw, 420, you're amazing. You guys are all amazing. I love you guys. Family hug time. Yes, Shelly. I hope that you guys can all feel my virtual hugs. And Terry, we get that. It's hard to talk about sometimes. Totally understand. If you ever feel like you need to, we're here. If you live in the city, you're screwed. I live in the middle of all the farms. I can get honey and eggs and beef from local peeps that sell out of their home. Oh, wow. I wish I had that option, but yeah, no. I live in a metropolitan area, Metro Detroit, and yeah, there's nothing like that around here. Even the what you call it? Why can't I think of the names of things lately? What the fuck? Um, where you go to get like fresh vegetables and fruits and stuff. The fuck is it called? Farm markets. We don't have that. Sorry, it took me a long time to figure that one out. Wow. Even the farm markets we used to have around here, we don't have them anymore. It sucks. Who doesn't cry nowadays? I cry all the damn time. I know, right? This is what I'm saying. It's the this is why I say what I say every day, that you have to make a point of finding a way to laugh, smile, something, even if it's just for a few minutes a day, because of the world we live in. Stresses and um craziness that goes on in this world, in and outside the home, can just tear you down. And if you don't find a way to brighten it up a little, even just a little bit, then what's the point? You know, we only live once. We got to make the best of what we're given. Know what we can and can't control. That's the best advice I can ever give. Yeah, I know, Jeannie. I can't wait till you can do that. I'm gonna have to come down there and get some stuff from you. We have a lot of Amish here that sell vegetables and things in the summer as well. That's awesome. See, that's awesome. I miss the farm markets that we used to have around here. You get free eggs now. See, that'd be even better. My brother has chickens, but the sad thing is my brother and I don't really talk, so not a big deal. I'm not the only crier, yay. Not that that's a good thing, but, sometimes a good cry is just cathartic? Yes, farmer's market. You guys knew before I did. Yes. Aw, Jeannie Lynn, you're so sweet. Heck yeah, Scarlett. You can stay in my little tiny house when I fix it up. It'll be a great guest cabin. I just said that to Zach on one of his videos. The one where we looked at booty and schnork. I literally said that. It's like, can I build a tiny house on your property? I want a tiny house so bad. I would I would love to have a tiny house somewhere. The problem is finding a place that's set up for some plumbing and water for a tiny house. That's the problem. Because I don't want to live completely rustic. Yeah, Terry did try to change his name, and then everyone was like, "What'd you do?" Nefarious says, "I'm a crier too. I cried at the AI song Angie made for her show earlier. Aw, I didn't get to see it yet. Aw, I'm all about tiny houses and cabins. Like, I seriously want a tiny house so bad." Akasha says, "I live in a tiny house and I do not recommend it." What? I've seen some beautiful tiny houses and I would be perfectly content. Like, and I would actually be perfectly happy because I wouldn't have to worry about being upstairs in an apartment. I would love a tiny house. I can tell you right now. I would be happy with the camper we used to have back when we used to go camping when I was a kid. So, when I can tell you I've pretty much well, not on a full-time basis, but lived there for, in a camper for a week at a time, many times throughout the summer. I for living in a tiny house, having everything I need, just having a few stairs to the bed that's above the little living room area and a nice tiny kitchen. I can tell you I would love it. I don't know about other people, but I already know I would. What you want is a glamping site. Gotcha. I have no idea what that is, but I'm gonna write it down. Glamping? What the hell is glamping? What is that? Like glamour camping? That's what comes to mind when I see that. Shelly says, I can't wait to get a tiny house when my kids are out of the house, right? We off grid. See, this is what I think, Jeannie Lynn. Akasha, it's so cool. You're so lucky. But she says, no way. I did change it for a week and watched you all. I like the name. It's just a small house. LOL. Well, see, that's the point. I can't afford a big house. So, and my apartment is a one-bedroom apartment, you know? I mean, it's not really tiny for a one-bedroom apartment, but it's by no means big. And it's just me. I don't need a lot of space. Would be less cleaning. Kasha says, I miss having everyone home, and it's like no one is home. I used to live in a 2-story, 5-bedroom. I get that. See, I've never lived in a big house. The biggest house I lived in was when I was married. And it wasn't even like, it was a double wide manufactured home in a manufactured home park. It was absolutely gorgeous inside, don't get me wrong. We had a fireplace. I had a huge island, the biggest kitchen. I loved my kitchen. I do miss that kitchen. But I don't need that much space. I don't really, it's not about the size of it. It's about being comfortable and being somewhere I can afford. I don't know. Ever since I've seen the tiny houses, I constantly look at them on Amazon and stuff. Like I just love it. Aw, Jeannie Lynn says, Shelly, I'm gonna build you and Scarlett some tiny houses when I get the money. You're so sweet, Jeannie Lynn. Clamping is a fancy way of camping with electric and water. Gotcha. Fancy camping. Gotcha. Oh, I was right on the money with that one, pretty much, wasn't I? Glamour camping. I feel like my 2 oldest are never going to leave. I don't want them to, but it'd be nice for them to start their next adventure in life. But I get it. It is really expensive to live here in Maine. I always wondered that, like the states that you think aren't that populated, I always wonder, does that make them cheaper to live in or more expensive? And is Maine more populated than I would think? I don't know. Kasha says, I do have a gigantic yard though. See, I prefer to have the gigantic yard and the tiny house for sure. I don't want mine to move out until they are like 30. So afraid with this nutty world. Yeah. Oh, my son's 22, already out on his own. Great job. Does everything on his own. So Shelly says, I'm outside all the time on my deck when it's not winter, so I would have no problem with a small cabin or tiny home if I had a deck or patio. I don't even need a deck or a patio, although I would like one. But just having a yard, you know, having a yard somewhere I can go out, especially if it's a big yard or somewhere where there's nothing but trees and that. Just I loved my backyard at the last place I lived in. My walkout basement that I rented backed up to trees, a park, nothing but trees. You could see all kinds of animals in the backyard, deer, turkey, all that good stuff. I loved it. I don't know, the older I get, the more I appreciate nature. Like, if you guys have seen the couple pictures that Baker has been posting, I just love it. I just it's peaceful and calming to look at that. I watch tiny home shows on YouTube. I used to. I just get the reason I don't now, the only reason I don't now is because I know I can't even afford that. So I get tired of looking at things I can't have, especially when I really want it. Kasha says, I have too much shit for a tiny house. Aw, thanks, Jeannie Lynn. That's amazing, Scarlett. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him too. More than he'll ever know. Oh, Jeannie Lynn's working on building a deck. That sounds wonderful. I just wish Dr. Laposata had said, I don't know, I didn't have a ham sandwich. Terry. I love you. Oh, I stopped watching HGTV renovation shows. It makes me jealous. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Constantly watching things that you'll never have. It just sucks. No, I get you 420. Says I'm not trying to get political, but honestly, it all depends on who runs the state. More taxes every time we turn around, we both work and still can't afford it. I talked about that a lot too. This is why I say send me back to the 90s. Like, I don't want to go back to high school. You can't pay me to go back to high school, but you want to send me back to the 90s for everything else? Please do. Yep. Shelley says, I love my backyard. Pretty big. So many animals, very peaceful with all the trees. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Maine used to be thriving and affordable, and with the summertime tour season, it was always booming. There's like nothing left in Maine. Wow. Yep, cost money that I don't have. Exactly. Sucks. I grew up watching this old house with my stepdad. That is why I need a castle. Yeah, COVID destroyed a lot of things. Let's just say that. Fuck the 90s. I'm going back further, says Terry. I wish we had rich uncles appearing in our lives, right? Where are they when we need one? That's why I said if there's a sugar daddy out there that just wants to be friends on the internet but send me money, but like give me a call. Send me an email. Just give me the 90s prices. Otherwise, the 90s can stay where they are. Maylin's here, of course. Thank you for being here, sweetie. Oh, thank you for posting my links so I can pin one. COVID made you more of a hermit. I think it did that to everyone. Shelly says, I love being a hermit. But dial the like button. Thank you, Jeannie Lynn. 420 says, I bet you my husband would allow me to have a sugar daddy from the internet just for that money. I know, right? Seriously. Internet sugar daddies, please send me an email. And I don't even need that much money, honestly. Maylin is our very own superwoman, that's for sure. She gets more done in 10 minutes than I do all day. Oh, yay. James says the weather in Boston today is absolutely gorgeous. It's not bad here either. I finally have my windows back open. I think it's got to be like high 60s right now. I actually don't know. I should look up what the weather is. Oh, it's 71. It's very nice out today. It's cloudy, but it's really nice. Bridges full, potty pads down. Yes. Blame it on my ADD. Well, speaking of that, let's get into our show today. Well, this is part of my show. Let me not say that. We all know that conversation with you guys is what makes my show more than anything. So I love you for it, as always. But today we are getting back into Dr. Laposata. Spanky is about to try and get away with more shit, but she's not having it. Let's watch her wipe the floor with Hanky Spanky. Here we go.
The arm. That arm has suffered any kind of bone trauma at all. Okay.
Sustained.
Is there any indication, based on your review, your expert opinion?
Be careful driving, Nefarious.
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. Okay.
Look at him. He's
Do you want
trying
to report
to.
in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
He's trying not to laugh. And
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand. You had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that
Yes.
he suffered from,
Yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust? His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
I can't stand the way he says thrust.
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question. I appreciate it, but I want to.
Yes. Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Dr. Laposata, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analyses.
And you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure.
MRIs.
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain?
Well, they might.
Subdermal hemorrhages?
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
Herniations?
They can.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. Laposata, have you ever had any experience
Don't put one up
studying
there.
the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience
We all
at
knew
all
what you meant, Jeannie.
where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake?
To do what?
To try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury.
I'm going to allow it because of Parkinson's.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions.
Yes, that's routine.
And the reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
In a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist is dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved. Yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any
Obviously,
clinical
you
observation
dumbass.
of the progress of his
Oh
injury
my
that
God.
night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
This is Glasgow. Have you heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
It's
Have you ever
Glasgow.
seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I'm aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup contre coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, every case is different.
Right. Some might live for hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury.
That's
It
what
depends,
every
it depends on the case.
different means, you stupid fuck.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull. And there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clavis fracture, coup contre coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show? Have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clavis fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clavis fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And have you,
go ahead.
please, did you want to?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the herniate and the progression of the brainstem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
So I'll
to large,
strike the comment,
please.
ask the question, Mr. Brown.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately.
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
Because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective criteria do you have to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
It was my.
Hey, I'm sorry to pause you, Dr. Laposata. But Sarah, what do you know? Is this case going to trial or is it just like a civil suit? Because I'm interested now. It does sound interesting. I want to watch it. They believe he was beat up, terrible injuries. Found naked on the side of the road, only wearing a pair of mismatched shoes. Oh, Sarah, I know that's the one. I know that one. I've been watching. I've been keeping an eye on that one. Yeah, they think they dumped him at the side of the road. Wasn't that the one too where his sweatshirt was like almost folded like neatly or something off on the side of the road too? Oh, folded short. See, that's the one. Yes, that's the one. It's the shorts that were folded. It's so weird. She's broken. Yes. I do know that one. If someone can find out when that goes to court, we'll watch it. Kasha says, I know that one too. Yeah. That's been around for a little while. Shit. What is his name? Noah what? Noah shit. What was the name? I know you put it in here and I can't find it. Hi, Happy Check. Oh, he looks like your 22-year-old. Oh, God, what does he look like? My 22-year-old. I wouldn't be able to do it. Oh, shit. Here, I just offered to watch it. And now I'm like, uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Ugh, Noah Pressgrove. That's it. Okay, hold on. No way, dude. Can't watch that. The party defendants, my words, are writing papers similar to Proctor, denying their claims. Okay, Noah Pressgrove. Hold on. I'm looking up the next hearing if there is one scheduled. Yeah, so this was from 2023. It looks like the most recent I can find is stuff from February of 2026 saying the OSBI provide records and Noah Pressgrove civil suit. Motion came. We can go over the documents while we finish watching Dr. Laposata. Let me see what part of how much of the documents I can find, you guys. We can go over the documents. Here we go.
Training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress.
Well, Sarah, I will cover it for you as much as I possibly can. I'm going to look up right now while we're watching. Like I said, I'm going to see if I can download any documents.
Of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
Yay, please.
going
I will.
I wasn't there.
Guys.
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
Oh, I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled. And there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells, except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of...
Sorry, Dr. Laposata. Okay, so far, I could easily find the... I found the office of the chief medical examiner. I got the autopsy report. Laboratory analysis. Hold on, guys. Let me save all this real quick. Okay, hold on. All right, so I got the autopsy report. I'm gonna have to probably go to the Oklahoma the site to see if there's any more documents. But we can definitely go over the autopsy and that after we're done, because we're going to be done with Karen Reed trial 2 in the next couple days. So we'll do that. Oh, Maylin got 10 new subs today. Woo, 99. If somebody is not subbed to Maylin, please do go get her over 100. Woohoo! I was crying. That's what I did. I cried when Baker sent everybody over to me. It was so amazing. I was bawling my eyes out. That's why Baker always says, I make Scarlett cry. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up, guys, because I was looking up these documents for Sarah. Oh, Joseph Scott Morgan talked about his head injury on his podcast. I'll have to look at okay, hold on, I'm writing all this stuff down so I know where to grab it. So I'll do a stream right after we're done with the trial, in between, because I have a list. I just haven't made the poll yet for you guys to pick the next thing we go over. So in between whatever trial we pick next, in between finishing Karen Reed trial 2 and whatever trial you guys want to do next, we'll go over Noah's case and whatever documents I can find, including the autopsy report. Okay. I need someone to adopt me too. I can't take care of myself. I just smoked for the first time today. I'm being silly. It's okay. You're allowed to do that here. Oh my God, Sarah. That's horrid. I do have a list. Aw, yay. Thank you, Miss Scarlett. Christmas. Yeah. Aw. Reminds me of a list of naughty and nice. I'm fucked. No, you're not. You guys are all on my nice list. Everyone was wasted. I think Noah tried sleeping in a girl's room and the BF got mad. I'll be honest, I've seen it. I've heard some stuff about it. But they're brief things. So I don't know the whole. I remembered where he was found and how that was suspicious alone. Especially the way his clothes were found. It's just weird. And the shoe mix up, like, it's just crazy. So I'll definitely be looking into it for you, Sarah. I'll get whatever I can. Maybe a group effort. Yeah, you never know. Just like in the Karen Reed case, you really don't know how many of them were involved initially, but somehow they all got involved after the fact. So, you know. Yeah, I feel you, Jeannie Lynn. I don't know if I could. I don't know. It'd have to be more than medicated and handcuffed, I think. I'd have to be put in a straitjacket. Don't tell people I'm on a nice list. I have a reputation to uphold. Yeah, the family is asking for police reports discovery in Oklahoma. So the OSBI is ordered has been ordered to turn all the records over to regarding his death. So because their subpoena was granted. I just don't know how much is already available besides the autopsy report, but I'll do some research. Yes, God, please make those responsible for Noah face the repercussions and find justice for Noah. Thank you, Jeannie Lynn. And we all agree with you. Prayers to the family. All right. So I have thank you. I have to say thank you again to Maylin, just because she's made my life so much easier by getting me all these little knickknacks and things for my organization, to improve my organization skills, my notebooks, my pens, my everything. It's so nice. I say, oh, you guys have questions? Oh, let me write this down so I don't forget. And I just have the stuff at the ready now, thanks to Maylin. Dude, James, did you not learn anything from my fuck you Boost Mobile story? I tell you, do not set anything up for autopay. I will never set anything to autopay ever fucking again. You're welcome. Anything to help you. Thank you again. You're amazing. I should just change my handle to Sarah Lynn now that I'm adopted. Yes, Jeannie Lynn. We should, well, see, I just talked about how my mom was absolutely refused to name me Christy Lynn. So, I was just going to say we should just all change our middle names or a second part of our handles to Lynn because Jeannie's just going to adopt us all. But my mom would probably roll over in her, well, I guess I can't say that because she was cremated, but she would be. She's screaming at me from heaven to not change my name to Lynn because she didn't like it. Please stop trying to ruin my bad rep. I have another trial for you. If the bastard doesn't plea, it's the monster that groomed and unalived my friend's daughter in January. Oh my God, what's the name, hippie chick? Let me write that down. I have Metro PCS. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not the point of who did it. It's how it was done. Do not give anybody your payment information where they can just yank money at any time for any reason. Because even though you give them that, apparently in the small print, when they think that you owe them money, they can just yank it out of that account. Never again will I set anything up for autopay. Scarlet Lens sounds great. Oh, see, now that works. I'll do Scarlet. As long as it isn't Christy Lynn. I think my mom would be okay with that. Scarlet Lynn, yes. We got lots of Lyns around here. James Lynn and Terry Lynn. Haley Busby. Okay. That's another one I'm writing down. Okay, hold on. Haley Busby. Oh, I got lots of research to do now. I'm all excited. All right. Shit. I'm dropping shit all over the place. Oh. All right. James, we don't want to leave you alone. We love you, James. My name is Terry Allen Alvin. Oh, Nefarious' middle name is Lynn as well. Wow, so many Lyns. It's crazy. Terry, not even close, bud. He met her. Okay, so this is this Haley Busby. It says, Hippie says he met her on Discord, picked her up, she ran away with him, took her to Ohio. And then I think I've heard that one. Did you? I'm going to look up that story. I wonder if you told me that one already or told me about it already or if I heard it. Because it sounds familiar. Aww. Jeannie Lynn, Shelly wants to know if she can leave work. Only if it's Loretta Lynn. Shelly, you have Malin's permission. Nefarious Lynn. This is too funny. We're just gonna add Lynn to all of our screen names. Just make sure to take out the trash when you get home. You're trying to get a law passed? Oh my god. I swear I've heard it. I just can't remember if you mentioned it or if I just heard it around the tubes or whatever. If I had a son, I would have named him Alvin. God, I can't talk this morning either, or afternoon. God, I always talk like it's morning when I stream. It's not, but it feels like it is when you're up all night. But I wanted to start my YouTube for her. Got it. Well, you can come on when we go over her, Hippie. You can come on with me if you want to. I got 2 approvals. I'm out, says Shelly. Justice for Haley. Exactly. It was on national news, but I don't watch the news. So it had to have been on like a YouTuber or something that I had picked up around YouTube. Lily, hey girl. So she's changing to US Lynn instead of US Lily. Yes, US Lily gets it. My son's names are Young Master, Bug, and Little One. Hippie hasn't started going on doing live. She was getting prepared to, and then that's not my story to tell, so I'll leave it there. But she's with me on Fridays. Law and Crime did something on it. I might have seen it that way. Hippie chick, see what you started? Now I have to adopt all these kids and feed them all. Yes, US Lynn. Oh, you do have lives on there? I didn't know that you actually did lives already. See, I'm behind. I'm slow. US Lynn sounds like an aircraft carrier. It does. Yep, Jeannie Lynn and Maylin got to get good jobs. A lot of kids to feed. Can you get me some ground beef so I can actually make a homemade hamburger? I would love that. Oh, you went live when you were at the trial? Hibbit, got it. I'm gonna have to go watch them. I'll give you some watch hours. Feed me, says Sarah. My channel needs to take off to feed all these kids too. I know, right? Like I need my channel to take off. Look, you guys, hold on. Before we get back into Dr. Laposata, I'll show you something. Where is it? Shit. Oh, here it is. I forgot I already posted it. Duh. So I made this post today. If you guys didn't see it yet, it says, "Hey everyone, I'm one step closer to getting monetized. I hit over 3,000 watching hours this past weekend, thanks to all my wonderful peeps that come and hang out with me in the chat. I'm at 3,128. That was as of this morning. So all I need, because you need to have both these for eligibility. So you need 500 subscribers and at least 3 videos in the last 90 days. And then one of the following, a shitload of shorts. It's like 3 million views on shorts. It's ridiculous. Or 3,000 valid watch hours, which I have now. So I just need 226 subscribers. So if you guys can share my channel anywhere and everywhere, I would prefer to get my 226 as soon as possible. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, it's true, but you know what I mean. I love you guys. Cousin G! And I just subbed to you, hippie chick. Oh, well, you just got hippie chick a bunch of subs too. Good job, guys. Terry, I'm already subbed to you. Kazi G, thanks for being here. What is with the damn shorts? If I wanted shorts, I would be on the talks. Akasha, I totally agree. I've said this many, many times. I do not understand why YouTube is pushing the shorts. This is not TikTok. I do not want a TikTok. I don't have a TikTok. Although, I mean, technically, I think I may have made an account at one point, but I've never used it. Ever. Aw, Sarah subbed to Terry too. You guys are so awesome. Pretty sad since I don't even have one. Terry makes and eats cheese on his channel. Oh my God. That would be awesome. That'd be like every day Terry's going to try a new kind of cheese. I would have fun with that. Aw, Jeannie Lynn subbed to you too, Terry. Look at that. All right, so with that being said, I am this much closer to being monetized because of all of you. I love you guys so, so much. You guys are amazing. So as always, I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out with me every day. I can't. You actually have to sit and watch them. I don't have that kind of time. I have no self-discipline, and I would be looking at it for 47 hours. I get that. Because once you get started, you just can't stop. It's like, what is it? Lay's potato chips? Is that the commercial? Or Pringles? You can't stop at one. I'd try it if I could make money. I mean, seriously. We'll have to come up with an idea for you. We could do something like, or you could do something like, if you watch Good Mythical Morning, ironically enough, we talked about this the other day. They do Will It Pizza and Will It Taco. They put all this crazy shit on food and then like rank how it tastes. It's hysterical. Well, we could do that with like Terry. Because there's so many kinds of cheese. Be like, will it cheese? Will it taste good with cheese? Let's try this with this kind of cheese today. Will it taste good? Like, that would be fun. Oh, Sarah's listening, but back to painting. Well, thank you, sweetie, for being here while you work. Aw, hippie chick has to go back to work too. Don't work too hard, my peeps. Aw, Gina Lynn, you are awesome. Oh, really quick, since I'm on a different page, let's take a palette cleanser. I know it's not really needed right now because, you know, we haven't been listening to Spanky. We've been listening to my voice. But before we get back into Spanky, if you haven't seen Fervent's new video, it's amazing. We're going to watch it. And then when we need a palette cleanser later, we're going to watch the FU Hank.
The life of a proctor, defender, send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident. There's no corruption, so what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frank, Karen, Reed, and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Fervent. My computer wants to be a piece of shit. So we're going to refresh. And watch
The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident. There's no corruption, so what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frank, Karen, Reed, and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Woo! That's the life of a Proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these text out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the Emmy? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew the gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate. Cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black. And as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh!
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
Stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a Proctor defender.
I so love it. It's so good. Fervent is awesome. Love me some Fervent. Okay, let's get back into Dr. Laposata. Here we go.
Force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes.
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis?
Yes.
And that's sometimes called raccoon eyes?
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photograph?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basal skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries. It starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes. You can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
You see a linear abrasion?
Yes, vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean? Every wound is different.
Every wound is different?
Sure. Every person's different. Every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound from your perspective can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say two people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes. Yes.
The area in front of 34th Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass. So it was some green, some brown. It was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs. Yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
No, because they didn't
Yes,
take
that general
pictures
area.
of exactly
Did you see
where
the
he
ground where
found.
his head
It
was?
Super
Can you
Paul made
identify
a
that?
ridiculously
Yes, they
kindergarten
see the
diagram.
investigation. They shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth surface. The front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface.
flat surface
Right.
covered with grass.
Okay. And do you know what was under the grass? Whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he ended. What the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body
So
from.
you're relying solely on the photographs. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause that pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
If they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
What if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think their head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions.
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
Inch and a half? Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. Or, it is.
Okay. Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those. But in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you provide the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
But when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
They're both.
It could have been both?
Sure.
It could have been just the basal fracture.
That's possible.
Be careful driving, Shelley.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay.
He wasn't asked
Was there any
that, you
depressed
fucking
fracture to
dumbass.
Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could be the depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
You gave some opinions today about you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Can we have that photo brought up, please? Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify
Trying what? To be a dick?
in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow,
Being a complete
consistent with the
asshole.
teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause, but I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show. There are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas. You could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one. Yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
What?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angle wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south, east and west. It all depends on how the force was impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there's no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
It can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
It's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No.
That has
Did
nothing
you look at
to
any
do
of the
with
data
your
evidence
body,
from
you fucking
the
moron.
defendant's Lexus?
No, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
I love her.
So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you already formed your opinion?
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with the vehicle. So whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Did you consider the ones that you heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
Sorry, Dr. Laposata. James, it's funny you say that because I have thought this myself several times watching this trial. Now for the second time and clips over and over again. And as much as I sit here and scream, what an asshole he is, sometimes I do wonder if he did some of this shit on purpose, knowing that Auntie Bev would let it all go through, but because if she had somehow been convicted, this would have never survived an appeal. I fully believe that. So it just makes me wonder. I wondered this, but then I also think, like, what idiot would be this blatant about throwing a case? Because either he's just an asshole or he's stupidly, obviously throwing it. So I go back and forth with that kind of thought. I just do. I didn't know if anyone else thought that now and then, like I do. But apparently I'm not at least the only one. Yeah, he's used her as an expert. Exactly. And the fact that he keeps asking, knowing she's going to constantly say he wasn't hit by a car. He keeps doing it, knowing that's going to be her response. Sometimes it just makes you wonder.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe was first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
Okay, approach sidebar, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. Laposata's credentials.
Well, I feel a little better about thinking that now and then, that I wasn't the only one. Thank you, Lily. And James, you guys that also have thought that. I've always wondered it now and then, and I just didn't want to say anything because I'm like, am I the only one? Because he is so fucking annoying and a complete asshole. That will never change. But was he being an asshole on purpose? Or is he just an asshole? Like, you know what I mean? Just wonder. She's arguing with me, Your Honor. Wah, wah, wah.
Including specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. Have an audit in 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health.
There's no
in that audit, paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, they investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled the history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Laposata. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. Laposata's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. Laposata resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. Laposata had a heroic effort. And in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf on 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the station nightclub incident. She was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in on a more extreme scale. She testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. Laposata gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility. Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. Laposata for the reasons I addressed previously. The jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, to give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticism she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So
Did you guys see Lally at the hearing about last hearing about Proctor's phone? He was sitting in the pack, like, it looked like he was just reading a fucking magazine. And it was funny because I don't remember who said it in my chat, but someone's like, oh, Lally's back there reading a paper or a People magazine. It was hysterical. The same shit he's doing here. Like, what the fuck am I doing here? I'm just going to be over here playing around. He mentioned to Dr. Laposata John's genes. Did we see the genes in this trial? I think he showed them once. But I'm not 100% on that. The truth is, they can blame anybody and everybody. Double jeopardy exists for one reason, and they can never, ever try Karen again. So they can blame everybody. It doesn't matter. Lally the loser. That was James. Okay. It was James that said that about Lally playing around in the background with reading the People magazine. It was hysterical because I didn't even notice him until James pointed it out. I'm sure he's going through all those 44,000 pages himself, making sure his name is not in there. They brought this on themselves. Why did they use Spanky? Because he was the only one who would take the fucking case. How many prosecutors said no? 5? I mean, think about that. 5 prosecutors. 5. Who choose on the daily whether to try a case or not, said no. That they had to bring in a fucking defense attorney. I think that tells you right there everything you need to know about this case. He was trying to imply that the jeans had drag marks on them. Right, he was trying to imply that the jeans got dirty or like drag marks, how he said, from being hit by the car and then sliding. So not only do they want you to believe that he pirouetted, flew through 330 feet, and then he also slid for a couple feet too. Like, seriously? Where are the Saxon boxers? Yeah, that's a whole nother story. And then I will bring up what I always bring up is the vomit. Why was vomit only on the bottom part of him when he didn't move after he got hit? Why was there 5 unknown male DNA on his shoes or clothes? I can't remember if it was a shoe or clothes. But either way, they didn't even fucking try to test it. And you know why they didn't test it? Because it would be very hard to say he didn't go in the house that showed Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and Colin Albert's DNA on his clothes. Can we get a fluff you Hank, please? Of course. We can always take a fluff you Hank break. Here we go.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy. I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial 1 jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not 1 guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you. Think you better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arkham Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Spanky. Hey, yeah.
So good. Always a good palate cleanser. Brian Albert has dirt on all of them. I wouldn't doubt that. He's a controlling, scary dude. And I mean, if you look at his wife testifying, just look how broken down she was. Like, I don't know. Just my opinion. Hey, Dar. Michael fucking Morrissey. Meatball Morrissey. And then he got his lapdog. Greg Connor. I hope for your guys' sake he does not get voted in.
I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Mr. Britton said that the audit established that, as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended. It was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened. In that situation, it was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island reports autopsies. There was never a suggestion ever that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attended to the autopsy, it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. Laposata put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report, hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, et cetera, found and unidentified, there's no litigation attended to that report. She would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. Laposata herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago, right? These are autopsies that were performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking her to sacrifice quality of the conduct that she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever left unattended, ever. Certainly did not involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the Station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying.
I've excluded that part of it based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right, and I don't know anything about the Patino case. And what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. Laposata personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times. Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day. And she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination.
All right.
Dar, if you have suggestions, please send them my way.
Make things up. I have not hired Dr. Laposata 4 or 5 times. And so that's just a mischaracterization for price to do for the public. But the reality is I've used her a few times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose my identity. You don't care about her. The suggestion is
I did not use her 4 or 5 times. I've used her several times. Oh, excuse me? You didn't use her 4 or 5 times, but you used her several times. Okay. And then saying, oh, the reason I don't use her anymore is I'm not going to publicly disclose. Fuck off. And then look at Lally just sitting there pouting. Look at his face. Tell me he doesn't look like, what's the adjective I'm looking for? A pouting little 5-year-old sitting in the corner. That's what he looks like to me. Suck it, Stinky, says Akasha. AJ has charisma up the ass. Yes, he does. That's essentially the same number. Exactly. Like I said, he knew what she'd say. I second Akasha's statement. This is what I'm saying. Can you send me some suggestions? I talk about current crimes, gangsters, and serial killers on my channel. Yes, Mayland, we'll have to come up with one for you too. We will. I have a list that's pretty much done. Jeannie Lynn sent me a bunch that I've narrowed down. If you guys have some, please do send me some more ideas because I'm going to be putting out a poll soon for that too. Like he dropped his ice cream on the sidewalk. Yes, that is perfect. Akasha, that is exactly what he looks like. Look at him. Seriously, he's just like, I'm so sad. I want to cry. It's exactly it. He looks like a kid who dropped his ice cream on the sidewalk. I love it.
I'm going to call patients this witness. I am not. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So the first two, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on the testimony already in evidence. Those two areas, and Mr. Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her. But those two will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out what appeared to me to be biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well. Okay? Okay, so, all right. Okay, so let's mark those
That's
now.
another good one, James. Eeyore.
Can we mark them all as one ABC?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson, if you can I just see that?
H, quadruple H, and I.
All right. All right. Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate.
All right. And what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Laposata?
It's not part of the report or opinion. She's going beyond the report, talking about the fact that she's studying their relationship and opinion. And that suffices. If you think beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with, I'd be gracious with it.
I'll be gracious.
So you stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
Whatever.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler?
Everybody could, because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. He subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use it in Dr. Rentschler's testimony. I want to use it in Dr. Laposata. She's the indicted doctor.
Would you?
I cannot understand.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these the x-rays being reviewed? Yes, that's it.
Okay. Okay. So go ahead.
That's always going to ask. I don't have a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
Literally, You see the x-ray, you talk about the lip or lip, yes. This is the right hand, yes. That's the arm, sorry, forearm, yes. That's the upper arm.
All right. So they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in. All right. So the last thing is Dr. Rentschler,
Private session may be seated.
all right, the jury is coming over. I just wanted to tell you what I was able to do during the lunch break. So, Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this witness. I'll allow in 1 and 2. I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case. I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
Good afternoon. You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications.
Such an asshole.
You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes.
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
In coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good. But in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you wanted to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you'd look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, that may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, I didn't major in it.
And the last time you took physics was probably undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering?
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning that I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles. You're focused on the body.
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like. And usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There was,
Going around in a different way.
yeah, that's incorrect. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to say this.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
There, this poor woman.
Did you receive criticism that
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's get it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous.
It was just bullshit.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
There was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business? How much of your income?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both
That's
criminal
what
and
you
civil
do when
cases?
you have
Yes,
a
I do.
consulting
What percentage of
business.
cases are criminal cases?
Fucking idiot.
Maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time.
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. Laposata, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please. Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. Laposata, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And that spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No.
Spoiler.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No.
Can I have exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
That's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please. And that you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing, like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Okay. Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch is on the left side?
Looks to be, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side. And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object. Like a sharp object, like it's not an incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed?
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
I just want to ask you a few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees.
Yes.
And there's different ways to take somebody's body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature to for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
That's our usual normal body temperature.
And so is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically, you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And because some of the things that happen is labored breathing.
Is what?
Labored breathing.
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth for him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when I got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
So that is a drop from the standard of what's expected of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement with Mr. O'Keefe after 12:32:16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours, 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second. They're in the snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within 5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Laposata?
No.
Because if someone can drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes.
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate, so you lose 3 degrees. And then after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees. That would still fit and be consistent with the drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees, to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at the body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion.
So sustained and I'll strike that.
As far as your,
Yes.
Could you listen to the question, please?
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience, could somebody be alive, outside, in the cold, below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive,
How many times are you gonna
and lose
fucking
body
ask this
temperature?
question?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. Injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
He has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
If we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposata, have you seen this video before?
No.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
I'm going to see your sidebar on this for just a minute, please. All right, so juries, I am going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
Dr. Laposata, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see. I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police.
I do have to say that this is the kind of shit I was talking about earlier, that Spanky fucking argues about her not being able to talk about accident reconstruction, and then shows a video of an accident reconstruction video and has the nerve to try and ask her opinion about it. Fucking hypocrite. Fucking douchebag.
Witness investigate and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur and the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
Dr.
Okay,
Laposata,
hold on. Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
May I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposata, you were just asked a series of questions about a body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes.
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may we approach one of the couple of very
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Laposata, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about x-rays.
Yes.
And the effect of x-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are x-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
Yes, they are.
Did you find any? You reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, I have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive? Sure. Do you have them up on the?
We do have a version of those.
Why don't we do that instead of the big, the large?
As long as I mark the mark,
So those will be, you're objecting to this, Mr. Bennett? Okay, well, even if the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark your flash drive, and you can just go ahead for in evidence. We'll mark the flash drive. Flash drive will go in the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of paper. And you can go ahead and show them.
These very cumbersome pieces.
All right, jurors, we're gonna make this one really quick.
This one you see when I put them on an overhead. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the medical examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the x-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by the R designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this what you reviewed in putting to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moni G. Do you seriously have a black screen? Shelly?
I'll kick your ass. I'll kick your ass.
That's for you. Kristen, welcome back. Kasha says, I don't see. Kristen says, I don't see. Dar says, don't ask me. Dar, I don't know if you heard me earlier when I did say, because I know you said you were popping in and had stuff to do, or but I said I'm still taking suggestions. So if you have names, please send them to me. I didn't know. and Shelly's joking, of course, because, you know, she loves to just mess with me. So I did this for her.
I'll kick your ass.
I love it. I just sat down to chat and noticed it's black. Oh, names for what? For you guys, for my followers, you know, for my cult, man. We in the cult, bro. No, you know how like Nurse Kim calls her people lubbies. And you got turtle riders. And you got the chat rats. I needed some names for you guys. And so Jeannie Lynn sent me a big old list. I narrowed it down to the ones that I like the most. And I'm going to put out a poll of what you guys would like to be called. I still want like Glare. Me and Mary B have tried to get Glare Bear going. We first started with Glaries, and guys especially didn't like that. So we changed it to Glare Bears. It hasn't really taken off yet. We're determined to get it there. Oh, Dar, yeah, I just got back. Okay, yeah. Seems like it was just Moni G. Scarlet's red letters. Oh, see, it's funny you said that because someone else brought up something similar. I don't remember what it was. Because of the whole Scarlet, obviously from Gone with the Wind and the Scarlet A reference. However, my Scarlet name is from Scarlet, from the Miss Scarlet from Clue, the movie Clue. And since my favorite color and my channel color is purple, red doesn't really, I like it, don't get me wrong, it just doesn't fit. If you can think of something that goes along with like the Clue theme or the purple theme or whatever else, I don't know. Like, I can't think of anything. You guys have come up with some good names. I get called a lot of names. Oh, James, nothing major. Just some chit chat and Spanky being more of an asshole. Had to pop off and pop back in to see the screen. Pan Shelley. No. We love Shelley. Yep, you know from Clue. Yeah, you guys know me well. But I like puns. I do too. I love puns. You know that. Mistress Scarlet's Cult Zombies. Glare Bear sounds too much like Glarer. But when you type it in, it's nothing like Glarer. It's Glare Bear. My body. This is why I want to do the movie night with you guys. For any of you who haven't seen the movie Clue, it's my all-time favorite movie. Maybe we'll get some ideas after watching it. Jeannie Lynn does like Mind Mates. That's in her list. Darth Vader's ignoring you, Shelley? Aww. Dar must have me blocked again. Like Mr. Bobby. Exactly. I get it. I'm mindless. The number of people I watch is really low. Aww. Fish called Wanda, damn it. We're going to watch that second. I'm sorry. I am most particular to the movie Clue, even though I've seen it probably 5,000 times, maybe even more than that. I must share it with my peeps. I could watch it over and over and over again. But it's second on the list, James. And the thing is, I don't even have A Fish Called Wanda yet. I still have to figure out how to watch it. Because I don't have streaming services. Clue I have on my Vudu. I bought that long ago. It was the first movie I ever bought. Said, did you ask me something? Sorry, I definitely don't have you blocked. Oh no, Shelly says, Shelly thought you had her blocked. She says, I didn't block anyone. I was outside. Scarlet Magnolias. It's cute. But I don't, it's like, it doesn't match what my channel, it doesn't match my channel. Like, have to do with something with psychology or true crime or something. I was trying to figure something that would work with both. But I haven't come up with much. That's why I've been asking others. Yeah, Shelly likes to pick. We love her for it. But that's also why I made her this.
I'll kick your ass.
She knows I love her. You never saw, oh, you're going to check on a fish called Wanda? Awesome. And Jeannie Lynn never saw Clue. This is why we are having a movie night. I just need you guys to pick a day and time. We are going to watch a Clue. And then a fish called Wanda. And then, hold on, I got to look at my list. There was another one that I wrote down the other day. Hold on. The Jerk. I couldn't believe how many people hadn't seen that movie. Almost Famous. That's a pretty good movie, too. Don't worry, I'm writing them all. I always write them down when you guys make suggestions so we can add it to the list. I cannot imagine Glare getting on and saying, hey there, Glare Bear. That would be gay. Well, that's what we thought when we started trying to get the Glaries going. We figured that wouldn't work. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That's a good one, too. I'm going to write that down. Oh, Dude declares. It's almost like Dude eclairs. That's what I hear when I say it. I can use my in-laws Prime to watch a fish called Wanda. That is really the only way. Well, I mean, I wonder, I would have to look up, how much it costs on Vudu. But if it's on Amazon Prime, sometimes depending on if I need to order stuff from Amazon, I renew some of my subscriptions. So it depends on when we watch it, whether I have a sub to Amazon Prime or not. See, that's what I said, Moni. Dude eclairs. Dude eclairs. You'll watch Clue? Yay! Most don't include the word broads. I've seen that used too much lately. Apparently, people think that word is coming back into style. I hope not. Not a good word to describe women. The Jerk. It's a good movie. Put Up Close and Personal on the list. I don't know if I've seen that movie, but okay. Hold on. Okay. I don't think I've ever saw Clue. Is that the 1985 movie? Yes. It's the best. My absolute favorite. I can recite whatever, the entire movie. You've seen The Jerk? Awesome. Good movie. Claire would never. No, he wouldn't. Animal House. That's another great movie. Dude, we got a long list now. Let's watch it with Joy. She's so funny. Yeah. Go off, students. The Sting. Even better. Dude, Eclair. It's like, that's what when I said it, that's what I heard. And then it gets us to Eclairs are good. Clueless, another good movie. Barefoot in the Park. I don't think I've ever seen that one. I can't remember if I did or not. Jerk is hilarious, James. Good movie. Yes, it is the movie based on the game. Scarlett, I know I'm a pain in the ass, but you don't have to keep calling me a jerk. Dude, you guys are making me want to watch a bunch of movies now. Major League. I haven't seen that movie. That's another one I haven't seen in a long time. For a scary movie, the original Carrie with Sissy Spacek. I do not like very scary movies. And I have seen the movie Carrie, and it was very unsettling. All About. I wrote down, that's the other one I wrote down the other day and couldn't find. All About Eve. And A Letter to Three Wives. I've never seen that. So it's just going to be random movies? I was thinking psych movies, so I'm on the wrong topic altogether. No, it's just any movie you guys would be interested in watching. Dude, you guys are giving me a huge list. Holy shit. Okay, as we get it back in to testimony, I'm going to write all these down because these are all good ones. Bull Durham, I see. Three Faces of Eve. All right, here we go.
So these now will mark whatever the next exhibit in A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yes, sir.
H now. 229A.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm sorry. May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Hewitt, sister,
Sure.
you recognize this topic?
Yes. This is a X-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
I mean, it's marked as next to
So that may obviate the need to put it up, right?
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this topic?
Yes, this is another X-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone, and the upper arm bone is totally normal.
I agree, Dar, that Maylin, same hair, but no, much prettier. I mean, we all know Sissy Spacek in that movie isn't like the prettiest woman. Great actress. But I think you're much prettier than her.
There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
Thank you, doctor. Course permission next in order. Sub C is Charlie.
Yes. 229C.
Dr. Laposata, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Laposata, you are all set. Thank you, Your Honor.
All set. Okay, guys, hold on. I think the next is Dr. Runchler.
Thank you, Clerk.
Yep. Hold on. Pause. There we go. Okay. I didn't realize that was totally the end of hers. So Legally Blonde's another good one. I love that movie. I destroyed that DVD. I used to have it when I had a DVD player. I used to watch it a lot. Same with my Clue movie on DVD. Okay. Yeah, Sissy Spacek is a little homely. Rensselaer also gives Hank the business. Yes, so this is what I wanted to ask. Moni G, you're making my hand hurt writing down all these movies. So do you guys want to get into Rensselaer today, or do you want to wait till tomorrow? I don't know if anyone else is going live tonight or not. It's not even 5 o'clock, so we can keep going if you guys want to. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with writing down all these freaking movies. Whatever I want. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Up to you. I can replay what I miss. Anything, says James. All right, well, let's get into it. Let's go.
All right,
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. In a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rensselaer, Rentscher.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Well, as a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury, any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. Motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that? So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. How someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
We have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on 1 second, Judge.
Sure.
Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant ambush-protected armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy-absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment. We look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy in ATD to do your work and furtherance of the NHL contract or commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that. And they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They set, well, the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word. probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move and moves forward? Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction?
Those, Shelly, look at Maylin's comment. May the 4th be with you, because it's May 4th. Damn, I should have saved Jessica Hyde's testimony for today. This is hysterical. And tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo.
That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What human tolerance is?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the 2 bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism. And in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rachler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Well, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle and motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again. And that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation. We do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities. So we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
I have a doctorate.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Winchler, about how you began working on this particular cases before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained. I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial. That was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay. What were you initially asked to do by the separate entity?
Initially, we're kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck.
My husband, May says, my husband will be very happy tonight when we get home. I blame Scarlett. What did I do? Tried that last night with my hubby. And he was like, not tonight, Helen. Whoa, wait, what the fuck did I miss? What? Oh, wait. 90 and a 30 is fine, right? Shelly, you know the answer to that. That is why you marry them younger than you. I deleted that before Scarlett saw it. What? You mean this one? Wait. This one? Because I see deleted ones. TMI, I'm going out to garden. Oh my God. What? I deleted that. Yeah, you can delete it all you want, but I can see everything. Yep, StreamYard doesn't delete the comments. Ha ha. Oh, I saw it. I didn't want that on your life. I have to zip it. It was funny. She said, Shelly says, damn, I'm missing a good combo. She was just teasing around because May said she loves Dr. Runchler. And Jeannie Lynn said, May Lynn is going to teach Runchler some kinematics. It's all in the cloud. I was trying to type that out before you brought her comment up, and I was laughing so hard I couldn't get it out. That's hysterical. You guys always keep me laughing. I love it.
By the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I only given his analysis, just what area he covered. In other words, you're dealing with Lexus and pedestrian.
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year, 2024.
2024. Okay,
correct.
Thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right. Did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhhage?
Subscapular is,
yes.
Yeah, with respect to the head, is
yes.
that, yes,
as it relates to the head.
Yes. Well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull. You
mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained a subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes. Bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah. And so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose, and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. A laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
I was pulling it up. I was seeing where this is located. So bear with me. I'm pulling this up right now on X. So it says, exclusive breaking FBI investigation into the death of Officer John O'Keefe remains open and active. We can officially confirm this morning that there remains an active and open investigation by federal authorities into the death of Officer John O'Keefe. A highly placed source has confirmed to KRJC over the past weekend that the FBI still have an open investigation into the death of O'Keefe, whose body was found on the lawn outside a property in Canton, Mass. On January 29th, 2022. It is believed that new evidence in relation to the circumstances of O'Keefe's death has emerged as part of the wide-scale current investigation into former state trooper Michael Proctor, who was fired in March 2025. The scale of Proctor's misconduct is now being linked to multiple other criminal convictions. The source has also confirmed that federal authorities were satisfied that Karen Reed played no part in O'Keefe's death, even prior to the commencement of her second trial in the spring of 2025. This dramatic confirmation is unexpected, but will not surprise many of those who have always suspected the circumstances of O'Keefe's death have never fully been revealed. More to follow. Ow. Exactly, Akasha. Yeah, I was looking it up. Sorry, guys. Akasha says, we all been saying the FBI doesn't tell you when their investigation is over. Also, Stanky is a lying liar who lies. Exactly. I didn't believe a word of that shit. How they wouldn't tell him anyway. And the FBI doesn't just close cases. It may not be active, but they don't close cases until someone's in jail. Sorry. No effing way. And yay, says Sarah and Akasha. I did all the laughing for you. Oh. Giant shitstorm is coming. Read that and shit in your deposition, fuckers. Oh, I love it. Trolls are going buck wild. Oh, I'm sure they are. This is why I literally still can't stand the fucking Twitter. Time for Fluff You, Hank. You got it. Here we go.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need to flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote, was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a route. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Think you better than me? Fuck you. You are not lolly. Think you're better than me? Well, why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Maggie. Hey, yeah.
All right, you ask and you shall receive.
What the fuck is this thing? What is this thing? So I'm going to have sex with this thing tonight. Okay. And we're going to reenact the butt dial. Because again, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they're telling the truth about this. I entered someone into my phone as Higgins, and we're going to see if we can call them while taking the pounder. And we'll try different positions too.
When he was first confronted, Brian Higgins first tried to claim that it had to have been a butt dial. That term butt dial is used by many of the Commonwealth's witnesses to explain the many calls between them and among them. And I've never seen a case where there have been so many butt dials, to be frank.
So
Mr. Higgins was already locked in. He already testified his phone was on the bedside table. His butt was in the bed, the phone was in the table.
This is a quote.
The two could not have met, Your Honor. There was no possibility of a butt dial. Also first tried to claim that his phone call to Brian Higgins at 2:22 in the morning was a butt dial.
Okay.
He said that he was awake and watching TV, but he was called back to the grand jury to testify a second time. The second time, Brian Albert changed his testimony. That at 2:22 in the morning, he and his wife were in bed in an intimate situation. He claimed that he had his phone with him in the bed. So now he's claiming that it was during that intimate situation with his wife that he supposedly butt dialed Brian Higgins.
Okay.
He had no explanation, however, for how his phone picked up when Higgins called him back seconds
What
later.
about that?
He had no explanation for the 22-second phone conversation that followed. And it's worth noting that Higgins testified he never heard any intimate noises on the other end of the line either.
Well, in fairness, Brian Albert doesn't seem like the kind of guy that can make a woman come, but that's different. It's a different story. Is there any truth to this? I don't know. So like, okay, so this is Nicole Albert. All right. And it's like, okay, so we've been drinking all day and, you know, we've been married for 30 whatever years and you probably have mistresses on the side or whatever. And we're swinging, but you need to fuck me right now, Brian. Fuck me. Fuck me, Brian. Come on, let's go. I want to fuck right now. It's 2:30 in the morning. I don't care how drunk you are. Get your dick up and let's fucking go. Fuck me. Okay, sorry. Okay. So, well, let me just check my phone over here. Okay. So then Nicole's going to come.
Yes, you guys, that is Andy.
And I guess the phone.
Not Raggedy Ann.
Here. Okay. So then
But
he's going to start off
did not
missionary.
realize.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. And then the phone is on Nicole's ass. Yeah, giving it to her. Good. Yeah, give it. Yeah, you like that. Yeah, fucking fugitive unit. Yeah, you like that. You saw me on Boston Confidential, didn't you? You like that, huh? You like that, huh? And then okay, so let's see if I could call Higgins here. Let's see what happens. Right, let's go. Yeah. Dude, I can't even get to the passcode part. Yeah, you like that? Oh, you're a naughty girl, aren't you? You're a naughty girl. Yeah, you like that, huh? Huh? Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you fucking do. I can't even get to the passcode part. I can't even do it. So now we'll do role reverse. So then she's gonna ride me this time. This can't be the first one. So now she's gonna jump on me, and all right, we're gonna go like this. So the phone's on the butt. Yeah. Yeah, you like that? I'm in the gang unit. Yeah. I got a bald head. I shaved my head. You like that? Oh yeah, Brian. Oh yeah, it's so hot. And I don't know. Okay. Didn't work. Didn't call Higgins. Okay. Now, could Siri do it? So we'll do it like this. All right. Oh yeah, Brian. Siri, call Higgins. Siri, call Higgins.
I like to put his voice. Oh my God.
Didn't work. Actually, it did. That worked. So I entered someone as Higgins in my phone. That actually worked. Maybe Siri did it. I don't know. This is investigative journalism here.
It's investigative journalism, folks. Love it. In the gang unit. Oh my God. Oh, it's an hour and a half. I was like, we could watch that, but nah. Next witness is of Dr. Rentschler is freaking hysterical. Oh my God. Maybe we'll watch it after we watch Rentschler's whole testimony. You want to watch the Frozen one? All right, you got it.
There's two chicks in this movie. There's Anna and there's Elsa. Elsa's the oldest sister and first in line to be queen. And Anna is like the redheaded Prince Harry dude. So she'll be nothing except a princess her whole life. Elsa, the oldest sister, is cursed. When she gets mad, she starts touching shit and it turns to like ice. My kids and everybody I talk to, they all love Anna. Anna is the worst character in the history of all Disney movies. I fucking hate that bitch. People don't like Elsa. Elsa's one of the greatest Disney characters of all time.
Two grown men.
Yeah, we're two grown men talking about Frozen. I just can't stand how she's like the freaking hero in this movie. So this chick, she meets this dude, Hans, like a freaking moron. She falls in love with him after about 20 minutes. They get freaking engaged. Why? Oh, because they sing a song together. And then they said sandwiches at the same time. And then they said Jinx, and it was so cute, and they were in love. Oh, for fuck's sake, what is wrong with you, girl? And now they're gonna get married. They just fucking met. This guy's a freaking king douchebag. There's this other dude, Kristoff. Kristoff is like a blue-collar, hard-working dude, running an ice business, not going so well because it's always freaking winter. Anna knows that Elsa's fucked up, but yet throughout her entire childhood, she wanted to be around her. Do you want to build a snowman? No, bitch, I'm cursed. Don't you get that? That's why I'm in my room. That's all Elsa wants to do is leave her the fuck alone. She wants to play all the time. Elsa, she becomes queen because her parents die, and at the coronation ceremony, everything's going fine. She's able to keep her disability under control. She didn't have to freeze a bitch. Then Anna comes over. It's Elsa's big day, and she has to go and make it all about her. She's over there, and she's like, oh, we just got married. We're gonna get married. I'm in love. And Elsa's like, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Because I'm a fucking grown up and I'm Elsa. What the fuck is wrong with you? Elsa's like, yo, bitch, calm the fuck down. And she gets mad, and then her superpowers come out, and she starts freezing shit. And then they all call her a circus freak. Because Elsa is selfless, she runs off to be alone by herself. Why? Because she loves everyone, and she doesn't want to hurt them, and she realizes she's a freak, and she can hurt people. So Anna recruits Kristoff, who is useful to her now. Like, okay, we'll go in the morning. And she goes, no, we'll go now. It's like, it's fucking nighttime. And guess what happens? On the way, they almost get eaten by wolves, and they have to jump across a fucking cliff. His brand new sled she has no insurance for, and he just finished the payments on, fucking burns. It obliterates somehow. Don't ask me how. Does she offer to pay for it? No. On foot to the mountain. And they get there, and she sees Elsa, and Elsa's like, I told you to get the fuck out of here. Oh, but I love you. And then she fucking freezes her. And now she is a frozen heart, and the rest of the movie becomes about Anna. How am I going to fix my frozen heart? Maybe it shouldn't be fixed. Maybe you should die. At the end, Anna becomes the hero. Oh, bullshit. That's my rant.
So we're going to call Elsa. See what
we're going to call Elsa.
It's too good. You don't know this movie because I never saw it. Don't get the joke, but I have to watch it. If you even read up on the story, like just get the lowdown of it on Google. You don't have to really watch it. I've never heard this, and it might be the best description of Frozen ever. When we take our palate cleanser breaks, these are the two. Oh, there's one more. Might as well watch all of the ones that we truly enjoy watching to make us laugh. Hold on, there's one more.
Oh, fuck. Shit, I got a cramp. Oh, man, my leg. Hold on. This happens some fucking times. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I got to stretch more. All right, we're good. We got that out of there. What does for you even mean? This is what comes up when you search for you. You get a cat? Oh my God, for fuck's sake. We're going to lose. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's going to be a problem.
That's about what I
That's going to be a problem. We're going to have to, we might lose this one. I did not know this would happen. Hashtag for you. So he's using hashtags for like
I'll
gay
write it
dudes
down.
beating off.
Caitlin.
This is so embarrassing. I went running today. It's like, hey, I gotta say, ow, fucking shit, that fucking hurts. Oh shit. Because, dude, you guys, I'm like yelling into this thing. Oh, time out. Hold on. Hold on. Time out. This actually fucking hurts. Everything was fine 2 minutes ago. Did that fix it? Oh, there's like a million cords here now. My life. Oh, great. Awesome. The camera moved. Just what I need. Awesome. And I disappeared again. Fucking great. I was just talking to myself, wasn't I? All right, hold on. This is all fucked up. Hold on. I gotta fix this. Oh, hold on. No, that's not my cum face, Kelly. Stop it. All right. What the fuck's going on here? We're a little crazy today. A little bootleg. Hold on. It's feeling better. Oh, we're good. We're good. It's fixed. We're good. We're good. All right. Ow, fuck. Shit. I got a cramp. Oh, man, my leg. Hold on. Hold on. This happens some fucking times. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I got to stretch more. All right, we're good. We got that out of there. What does for you even mean? This is what comes up when you search for you.
Hold on.
You get a cat?
Okay. I got distracted by the ridiculousness on Twitter. Get Scarlett, May, and Joy and Hippie to act it out. Like in a play. How much fun would that be? Oh my God. I can't even imagine. I can play up. Have a good one, Maylin. Good luck to the little one at the concert. All right, now that we've had quite a great break, let's get back into this a little bit. See how far we get. I'll probably stop streaming about 6 o'clock so I can make some dinner.
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down the cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing, any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case, and we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes, myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head from a dummy, basically, that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Oh my God. Okay.
Doctor,
Did you seriously just ask if Boogie Nights is a Disney movie? No. You did? You just looked at, oh my God. Sorry. This is Jeannie Lynn.
I'll
right
kick your
now.
ass.
Oh shit. Don't you know better than to Google things that you don't know? Didn't I teach you this when I told you what happened to me when I looked up Bukkake because curiosity got the better of me? Oh my God. I can't. It's my fault. I take credit. Damn. No, you did not. Oh my God, I can't stop laughing now. That's hysterical. Jeannie Lynn, okay. Mark Wahlberg literally shows his 13-inch prosthetic limp, okay, in that movie. So I can tell you, it's not even close to a Disney movie. That's hysterical. Oh my God, I'm crying. Ugh. Okay, throughout my life, I've learned that there are some things I just don't need to know. I can just accept that. There there are things that I don't need to know. Oh yeah, that was that was all Shelly. Shelly bad. Ow, my stomach hurts. All right, let's get back into the Wrenchler.
Opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify?
Yes.
This year?
This year?
This year,
yes.
This trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, Doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Winchler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much.
Deb is watching Joe Kenda. I love Joe Kenda. Colorado. If you guys don't know Joe Kenda, he's from ID Channel Investigation Discovery, which was my go-to channel for years until I got into the tubes. By the way, hi Deb. Hi Sarah's mom. Shelly, I can't do it without laughing now. Especially if it's something you heard over at Baker's house. Yeah, I learned real quick not to look up stuff. Who was it? Who is it that posts in Baker's chat? Shit. I can't remember. There was one in particular. I guess it was a joke that one time, and I'm like, oh, should I not look it up? But apparently you don't ever want to look up the stuff that he puts in. No, don't worry, guys. I can't unadopt you. I'm not a rehomer. Charlie Rachel. The fuck is Joe Kenda? Joe Kenda, dude. He is from the ID channel. What the hell is the show called? Shit. I used to watch him all the time. See, Akasha knows who he is. He's from the ID channel. It's from the what the fuck is the show called, you guys? Hi Danny. A real detective with driest sarcasm. Yeah, I love it. He's awesome. Oh my God, Shelly, behave. How do you spell driest? It looks weird. I think that's how you spell it. Shelly's like, you just did. I hate when that happens. When I did that the other day when I was doing one of my thumbnails, and I was writing it Tuesday, and for some reason the fucking word Tuesday, I was like, that's not spelled right. Why does that not look right? I literally looked it up for some reason to make sure I was spelling it right, because for some reason it did not look right. Homicide Hunter. His show, Joe Kenda show, his show is Homicide Hunter on the ID channel. Yes, it's on the ID Investigates. Yes, it's on the ID channel. It's called Homicide Hunter. Yes, do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. You guys get the reference. That happens to me sometimes as well. I think it happens to all of us. It's weird how it happens, but it just does. No matter if you write it or type it or whatever, and just some days words just look wrong. Never seen Boogie Nights? I know never to Google anything Baker recommends. It's definitely not a Disney movie, and Joe Kenda is amazing. Perfectly put. And I got you, Charlie. You gotta love autocorrect. Not.
Of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
You know, I have a flash drive. I'd like to have marked as next to order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
Let me know whenever. Pardon me. Let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Richland.
Sure. You want me to bring up the PowerPoint?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with that.
Let's see here.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer. Ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of Aperture's testing or part of the testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze Aperture's testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
So I want to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis? That's the second point on your PowerPoint. What was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have Was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow?
I just have to say, Pulp Fiction is a classic. It's a great movie. It's kind of a violent-ish movie, but a good one.
Move into the yard, and then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events, and you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So the next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2?
This is slide number 2, correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Let's explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? Right? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see if we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually.
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah. I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right. We're going to stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing.
Mine is all the personal.
I'm sorry, Rogers.
Go ahead.
Details matter. Okay. Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen. Okay. As an expert, I can't come in and just say.
Sustain. It needs to be more question than answer.
Why do details matter?
Because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think.
Just careful.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research. You need peer-reviewed articles. You need evidence. You perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from, these two slides?
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right, so you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis? The fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you use the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter. So we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing this sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why?
Because clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is, yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis and the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the pain transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind.
Sarah, are you there? I don't think she was blocked. Yep, there she is. She was busy painting. See? That's all I had to do. They thought they blocked you by accident, Sarah, so we were just double checking. But I figured you were there painting. See how easy that was? See? Oh, sorry. I'm painting.
Subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report. And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is. The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
Would they be more properly described in another way?
It would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. And an abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lines up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step in the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities is superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for biomechanists to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are. They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are. Yes.
Did you see? You reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file. Is that right?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolf to display a couple of exhibits, the X-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of 3 exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or these records?
It was a series of the X-rays. Yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years in graduate school. I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that?
Hey, Baker, look at you made him appear. What did I do now? Nothing. Except stop by. Awesome. Thank you for coming by, Baker. No, we were talking earlier about never look up any words that you don't know, that you hear in Baker's chat. Shelley convinced Jeannie Lynn that Boogie Nights was a Disney movie. I can't. It was too fucking funny. Look up Dolly Wooding. Uh-oh. His ears must have been ringing. I am not I'm not J-Bro. Oh, what is Dolly Wooding? See, now this is bad because now I want to go look up Dolly Wooding. Now I know what Dollywood is. Yes, let's go. Yes. He's bad. You not need to look up anything he recommends you to Google. You will end up looking like Aiden when he looked up, what was it, For You? And when I looked up Bukkake, because the curiosity just got the better of me, and then Jeannie Lynn thought, oh, a Disney movie called Boogie Nights. It's hysterical. Shelley needs the paddle. That's why I have pink hands up there. Because I keep spanking her in the chat that my hands had to turn pink. See? They're pink. I've had to give her too many spankings. No, that happened, TBJ, that happened in my chat earlier. No, this was like 30 minutes ago. It was hysterical. Did you say wood? Shelley cracks me up. And then she tries to convince me that I'm muted. So I literally had to clip something just for her. So I have this lovely clip for her when she gets bad.
I'll kick your ass.
But Shelley knows we love her. Shelley, oh my. Use your imagination, says Charlie. Oh, my mind's in the gutter half the time, okay? So if we used my imagination, not good. Shelly needs Jesus in the battle. Hey, Barbara. I miss Boogie Nights being a Disney movie. Oh, yeah. Your hand or your... Nope, you didn't miss it. You can go back. Or you can, yeah, you can go back. You'll hear me laughing so bad I couldn't stop. My stomach was hurting. Needs to be bigger? Which one? Wait. You want to see? You want to hear how bad my head is in the gutter now? What, the wood needs to be bigger? What needs to be bigger? My clip? It's more about what she says than it is the clip. I try to stay out of the gutter, but it gets dragged back in there daily. Right? Jeannie Lynn says, the broken baker, we love you, Baker. Yes, we do. I have the giggles like a ditzy girl. So do I. I do that most days with you guys. Because we enjoy the laughs over here. It's funny you use the word ditzy because apparently I'm not only in one cult, I'm now in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And they were coming up with funny cult names for my chat. And I think it was James that made the suggestion this morning. It was something like, oh shit, Scarlet's Ditzy Girls, I don't, Ditzy Girl Zombies or something like that. I don't know. It's funny. I just read wet. Oh my God. See, you guys, this is how all of our brains get dragged back in the gutter daily. Okay, this is dark, but what was that hand gripping prior to the x-ray? You know, it's funny you said that because you guys all know, well, most of you know, that I've worked for an orthopedic surgeon for several years now. And that x-ray of that hand, though no broken bones, is very strange. The way that it clenched. I totally agree. Wonder. So TBJ says muscles can contract after death. So I obviously have only seen x-rays and dealt with x-rays of the living. So I didn't know that. Thank you, TBJ. As you know, we love to learn new things here. Oh, you guys, you did know that, Charlie. It says it was just poor timing for what we were talking about. You guys are funny. No, we're never going to ignore you, Shelly, because we love you and we love the laughs. And you and I have had this conversation. I will never, ever ask you guys, or anyone for that matter, to stop making us laugh and yourself laugh. You know this, man. You know this, man. Have you ever seen Friday? I can't say it like him, but you get my drift. All right, here we go.
Biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore x-rays if they existed?
No, if x-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not know, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when
No, you didn't scare him. You didn't scare Baker, Shelley. He doesn't normally stay around in the chats too long, depending on what we're talking about. So he always at least stops in and says hi, which I'm very thankful for.
you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not know, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. If we go back to your PowerPoint.
Okay, there we go.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can you go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So, can you just hold off for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please?
Dr. Winchler, my eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this?
Number 12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions regarding this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from the PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it, a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you?
How did you interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the taillight, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or.
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if you could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep. So ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on the arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time.
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve?
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
These are the top 2 and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured taillight, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured taillight.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
It's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher, as it relates to the tail light and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear tail light of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Lynchler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with a vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position.
Sorry, I was trying not to interrupt this, but you're going to where are you going to dinner, Sarah? Have fun. Sarah says, love you all. Chat with you later. Thank you, Miss Scarlett. Thank you, Sarah. We love you, Sarah. I want to know. Oh, One Night Betty's. I haven't been to Ferndale since the last time I went to the Magic Bag. I used to go. I don't think I'm trying to remember if I ever went to One Night Betty's. I don't think I ever did actually go there. Well, it's because in the blue, all the wrenches are, it seems like a lot because all my original peeps I gave wrenches to. Those that came with me from the very first day that I know from, that I know the most and have chatted with literally on Discord voice chat and such. But my chat is still relatively small. That's why it seems that way. Don't let it intimidate you. Nefarious is like, who, me? It's not easy being gray. Oh, or you might You might go to Green Dot Stables. I've never been there either. I wonder. That might sounds familiar, but I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Green Dot Stables. If I go down to Detroit for dinner, I go to Shoshimiko's. They have the best Mexican food around. And when I actually used to enjoy a cocktail or two, they have the best I wouldn't say maybe not even the best margaritas, but you go there with people and you get a pitcher of margarita. It's so awesome. Aw, the gray hearts. It's not easy being gray. I'm sorry. Would you rather be just a few gray and a sea of blue with a smaller chat, or would you rather be in more gray with less blue but with a ton more people? Let me ask you that. Have a good one, Sarah. Enjoy your dinner. Detroit's not as scary as it's. You just have to know where to go and where not to go. That's about it. You can be gray and A-okay. Exactly. See, it touches gray too. I like it because my gray chat sticks out from the blue wrenches. See, this is what I'm saying. I'd rather be like the only gray in a sea of blue in a smaller chat than be one of ton of gray and less blue, but a bigger chat. You know what I'm saying? There are scary places everywhere. If you've ever been to downtown Baltimore, you would not be afraid of Detroit. I'm not afraid of Detroit. I mean, I've lived here my whole life, so it's nothing. And Detroit, especially like what the downtown used to be even intimidating to me when I was in my 20s, but I was never scared of it. But especially now what they've done downtown, it's not scary at all downtown. It's the outskirts. There's certain areas like a place called Brightmoor that you just don't want to go. You just have to know the neighborhoods and kind of things to just kind of steer clear of. And that's why I say when I tell you that I literally live off 8 Mile Road, I do, but in a in I guess a better area, I guess you would say, than that's depicted in the 8 Mile movie. I live more on the west side of Metro Detroit. Not more. I live on the west side of Metro Detroit. I'm about less than 15 minutes from city limits. But like I said, I've lived here my whole life, and it's just you don't get scared of it when you live. Then the older you get, the less scared of it you would ever be. I don't ever want to rent from anyone. I don't want to be rent. Yeah, I got you. Be in charge of shit. I don't blame you. I tell that to people all the time. I don't want to wrench. Thank you very much. Can I be pink? I love it. I've heard Baltimore is bad. Jeannie Lynn says, I stopped in Baltimore and never again. Some weird guy was circling my car like a vulture. I finally rolled down my window and asked him, can I help you? And he said, and walked away. The fuck? Just got a text from someone asking if I was feeling better and could let their dogs out. I don't know who it is. Ew. I hate when I get text messages from people like, I just got one the other day that says, got a new phone. Who dis? I'm like, I'm not responding to that because it's obviously no one I know. The French Quarter, is that the French Quarter you mean, or not? Or French Porter is scary too. My friend got mugged and he's like 6'4". Ugh. That makes me want to give Akasha a wrench. I won't though because I respect your choices. Yep. I'm just bad at you guys know I talk about this. I am not a very good multitasker, and if I'm in someone's chat, I want to chat with the people. So I would just be like, I would be so too distracted by actually chatting than doing my job as a mod. You know what I mean? I'm a mod in Kazi's, which I appreciate because when I do go to Kazi, I make sure I put his links in the chat, the ones that I have, and tell everybody to hit the like button. And I can still chat in his. But like everyone else, I'm a mod in May Lynn. She made me a mod, but I can't really mod for her because she streams a lot of the time when I'm streaming, so I have to catch her on replay. And then I got an honorary mod when Toy went live for the first time because I was in there the first time she went live. She made everyone that was in there first a mod. At least I think. I don't know. She hasn't really went live. The last live she did with her last playlist, I didn't get to catch live, so I honestly don't know. Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Also, I'm driving. Gosh, I'll be careful driving, sweetie. Yes. Honestly, Lily says, honestly, everywhere in the world has its good and bad, dangerous side. Exactly. TBJ says, your chat is easy though. Modding made simple. I love it. It is simple because everyone in here is awesome. We don't have constant or even, I cross my fingers, knock on wood, whatever. I haven't had a troll come in here yet. I got a troll comment on one of my videos, but who cares? Let them comment all they want. It helps supposedly the algorithm, so whatever. So really, I mean, modding for me is easy. Post links for me when I ask, and that's about it. Have fun. It's the people in the area, exactly. That's what can make anywhere, good or bad. That's what Kasha says. That's the thing it would require me to keep looking at my screen the whole time and be available with people when people go live and all that shit. Yep. Exactly. It's I get it, Dar. I'm a bad mod. I don't do shit. You're no, Shelly. You come here and hang out laugh with us, make us laugh. So you're great. And yeah, TBJ, I know. You were behind because you were sick for so long, you poor thing. I hope you're still doing much better and hopefully getting rid of that cough. Oh, don't make me blush. Aw. I love you guys. All of you are amazing. I swear. I just love you guys being here. We have the best chats. We just sit here and shoot the shit, watch some stuff, have some laughs. I love it. Oh, you're welcome, Lily. Damn thing won't go away, but it's better. And the drainage is pissing me off now. Now I'm just irritated. That's what happens, you know. When you get like when you start getting on the mend and all that stuff, and like especially after having an upper respiratory infection, and all the stuff starts coming out, whether you're coughing it up or it's coming out your nose or whatever, it's the worst. I totally get it. Anyways, guys, since it is 6:30 and I already paused, we're going to pick up here tomorrow. We're going to watch the rest of Dr. Rentschler tomorrow. Because after Dr. Rentschler, I believe, is closing statements. I'm just going to double check on that. Hold on. So we are almost done with trial 2. Yep. Closing arguments. Did I say opening statements? Oh my God, closing arguments. Wow. It's late. I'm tired. I need a nap. So with that being said, we have, let's see, we have just under 3 hours left of Dr. Rentschler's testimony, including the rest of direct, cross, and then redirect and recross. So we will surely get through the rest of Dr. Rentschler tomorrow, and then probably do closing statements on Wednesday. So, and then I have a couple things I wanted to do before we start a new trial. But even before we can start a new trial, we got to pick one. So we're going to definitely look into the two of them. I'm going to do some research tonight and tomorrow into that Haley Busby and Noah Pressgrove, I think what it was. I wrote it all down. So we'll do some just get to know the case on those two as well in between finishing up Karen Reed and whatever we pick for next. I'm going to list, if you weren't here earlier and hear me mention that, I'm going to make a poll. I'll post it in the community posts, a list of like 3 or 4 trials, maybe 5, depending on how many I think sound good that I haven't seen and want to watch. And I'm going to have you guys vote to see what you guys are most interested in next. So stay tuned for that in the next day or 2. So, oh, that's for sure. Kasha says, keep an eye on that. You can get a sinus infection if you have that much mucus hanging out in your sinuses. Yeah. Yep. Says that's how it got started. Ugh. Doesn't start to be better. I'll go back and ask for more meds to clear me out. Yep. Just get a decongester, an expectorant. Really, just make sure you get whatever medicine. If you take over the counter, just get something with an expectorant. like what's that one? Like Robitussin D, anything with the D at the end. Think you're going to take a break from watching trials for a bit. I'm not around much. Hope everyone stays safe, and I'll see you on the flip side. Okay, Dar, I totally understand. We're also going to be, I'm going to be doing more psych nights now that Karen Reed is over or almost over. And then, of course, we have Friday night fun nights, just a laugh riot. I'm calling them our Friday night laugh riots. On Sunday night at 10. This week, we will be having another one at 10 o'clock. We may have a special guest. I'm just waiting back to hear confirmation. And I will be making a big announcement if we are able to get this special guest. I'll be so excited if we do. Yeah, Scott's been really busy. Plus, Scott, you want to talk about the best mod? Scott's a mod for everyone, and he does a great job. Yes, that's it. I don't know. I never know how to pronounce it or spell it, but yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. TBJ, and that's the one. All right, you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. I hope everyone gets home safe if they're not home from work yet. Stay safe on the road if you're driving. If you're at home, I hope you have a relaxing evening. I love you all. Have a great night, guys. Bye.